Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We want to thank you all for coming out today, those of you that do make it over to here. And we thank you for part of your Sunday, Pentecost Sunday, that is. I see many a church still shying away from those big religious holidays. And why Pentecost Sunday? I don't get it, but they'd still do. So we will continue on here. Today's verse of the day, actually, I am not going to hide, folks, behind this. It is about Pentecost Sunday. Peter said to them, "Repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ, for the forgiveness of your sins, and your and you will receive the gift of the Holy Spirit." Folks, that day, second only to the raising God did of Jesus and Jesus ascending to heaven, that day, folks, is when the Holy Spirit fell upon us and we were given access. The temple became our body, access to God through the Holy Spirit. Even when we don't know when to pray, what to pray, how to pray, what we want to pray, the Holy Spirit intercedes for us in that role. Just breaks my heart to see churches succumb to the world instead of to God. Anyway, we are going to, that's going to be part of the theme today. We'll be broaching that a couple times, hopefully in flight, unless things get kind of squirrely with the plane. But yeah, it's Pentecost Sunday today, folks. It's when, if you're familiar with the Bible, fire came down and the rested upon each of the apostles, and each of the apostles began preaching in everyone's language. Acts chapter 2. Check it out. It's real, folks. It's not gobbledygook, as I'll call it. My words that many churches seem to expound today. So, I hope you all keep that in mind. All right, so let's keep going here, folks. We got a flight to fly Memphis to Miami, and we're going to do it in this bird. Now, we're about to go, well, it's telling me we're about to go to a break here in about 20 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and snooze that one. Um, and we're going to show you a little tip. Austin, the man, the legend behind X-Plane 12, showed me in a video. That's, it's helped. It's not 100% cure for some of my ground ops when the plane gets a little squirrely, you all see. Doesn't seem to help that, but other phases of flight it really comes in. Plus, thanks to one of our YouTube viewers, hang on, I'm getting his name pulled up. Sorry, I didn't think to write it down because I thought my memory, well, okay, I forgot where my memory was. Where's he at here? Come on, you would do that to me, you old dog, YouTube. There he is. Jehu Luna commented, um, asking about some performance issues with the aircraft and the weird behaviors on takeoff and all. We are now in, okay, a few months ago, version 1.08 came out, which brought us that lovely EFB we're about to see. In the last day or two, I can't remember the exact time frame when it came out. 1.09 came out. Now, I do have a question for all of you. I can't get Skunkworks, the updater program for the MD-11. I can't seem to get that file. I ought to look before I ask. Hang on. Because I did update the plane. My luck, I updated it, and sure enough, it's there this time. And no, it's not. Okay, so how do I get that file to be able to put it in there? Now, I did not update 1.07, which supposedly is where it was, but I would think this would come with all the updates. Again, I know it's what I get for thinking. I learned that in the military 35, 40 years ago. Never think. Leave that to the officers. Oh, wait, even they don't think because they take the same training courses we do. So, um, anyway, if you all know how to add that to it, I'd love to. I mean, while I don't mind going to X-Plane 12, downloading it, reloading it that way, I prefer to use my updaters. But anyway, Jehu Luna, um, we went on and I told him this little tip and I'm going to pass it on. And I told him I would do it on a video here in the very near future. And it's today's flight. So what that tip was is, and he wished he just didn't put this in here. That's what Austin said in his video. I wish I was also a good commentator and had that link available for you so you could all watch it yourselves. Great tips when your planes are it was more about P factor and stuff, how you can use X-Plane to figure out what's going on. Well, in that, he said, one thing he wished he'd have done, let's go up here to settings. Okay. If you come down here, if you all didn't know that, you can put in different Shame on me. I do not have an MD-11 profile. What? What? I thought I did. Huh. Well, guess what we're going to do? That way, anything now that I do to this aircraft will go to this profile. Okay. Now, when it loads, now there is actually a way to go in here to tell it, okay, when I load this plane or this plane or this plane, these also count, these other airplanes. Okay. You don't have, it can be very broad. So that way I could have had everything work off of this, but the A320s with flight factor, the A20N or A320neo for those not ICAO savvy, you would then, this goes down to key commands, joystick commands, everything is now, whatever I do is only going to affect the MD-11. The broad one, I believe it's user profile, all of them. Okay. Now there's some you want for all, like brakes. We all want to be able to stop the plane. We all want to be able to push the throttles forward, those kinds of things. But there's also things specific to aircraft we want to keep that way. All right, so since I didn't do that, I just did that for you. Oh, here's your manage profiles. That's where you can add what's going to do what. Done. All right, but if you go to control sensitivity, most of these planes are going to have them somewhere in this vicinity because most of us want to think, well, we're Johnny Go Captain Airline pilot. And I do have quite a few hours, but folks, you start throwing them all the way over, you better get ready for some serious loop-de-loop flying. So what he recommended is go all the way to the left. As if, with no um, problems there. And today will be the first flight because guess what? I found out I had them right about here. So we're going to see how this really pans out. All right, but this is what I was talking about. Go all the way over here. And it looks like our commercials went off without a hitch 5 minutes later. Arr. So, but anyway, I hope that helps you out there, and gives you an idea, some tips you can do here. Um, Jehu, I know we DM'd a little bit after that over Discord, so I wanted to bring everyone into this so they were up to date with it. All right. And once we get people out of the commercial break in about 20 seconds, we'll get into pre-flighting this and get our butts on the way to Miami. And folks, for those of you not here Friday, we flew from Dallas to Memphis in the Panda MD-11, fun flight. Tried to fly from Memphis down to Key West, Florida in the Zebo. We rounded now granted, I hadn't updated to the latest, whatever it is, 22, whatever the latest version is. Rounded the corner at Carter in the descent heading towards it, so we're within 20 minutes at the absolute most. Crashed to desktop. Yes, my head went down. Couldn't believe it. I could not believe we crashed that close to desktop, that is. Oh well, those things happen. We're still kind of trying to figure out. Looks like a weather issue, unknown airport, which not 100% sure on that, but it's off to X-Plane, and hopefully X-Plane will figure out what the heck went wrong, and hopefully it wasn't a Zebo issue, because folks, that will be the first one. That is actually the first crash to desktop with Zebo I've had. I've had others with other aircraft and with other reasoning behind it, but Zebo never has crashed to desktop to me. Knock on the desktop before yesterday. Who knows? It could be one of these new betas that are out. So, and I'm going to tell you, this beta version 1.0 is phenomenal. I enjoyed the clouds, enjoyed everything. So I hope you all enjoy this flight. So let's crawl up in the cockpit. Okay, well, we're not going to crawl. We'll walk up. Actually, we'll just teleport. All right, so here we are, folks, up here in the grandiose MD-11 cockpit. I affectionately call an Airbus 11. We'll get to that in a second. All right, so let's bring in Sim Toolkit and talk this flight out real quick, and then we're on our way. Actually, I'm going to do two things, because I just saw I almost forgot it. There we go for that to help you all. And I've got some loading of an airplane to do. Hey, Duluth Fly, welcome aboard. Hope you're having a grand Sunday. Oh, there it is. Always way too many things here going on at once to figure out what am I looking for. All right, so here's the flight, folks. We got some thunderstorms hugging the east coast here of Florida. So should be a pretty good flight as long as that batch stays out of Miami. If not, well, we'll blow through it and land. All right, so I'm gonna zoom a little closer, try and get some of our fixes. There they are to show up. Okay, so the flight today is the BB King. KERMI departure, Montgomery, ACORI on to the Frog's arrival into Miami. Game plan 3-6 left. Did it to me again. We planned to 7. Why does it do that to me? And then 8 right for the arrival. Oh, irritating. All right. Yeah, I planned for 2, and we're going to do 2-7, by the way, since I don't see any ATC. Up here, payload 165,000 pounds. Fuel coming on at 40 or 57,100. And gonna uh, ramp weight out at 480, just shy of 485,000. We're going to go ahead and take 25 FedEx employees with us and head on down there at a cost index of 200 at a flight level of 350. All right. The weather in Memphis, much better than when we came in. 10 miles of visibility, just some scattered pesky clouds at 5,500 feet. It's 30 degrees here, so make sure your muckluck's tied on. Oh, wait, that's Celsius. Silly me. 86 degrees. Be a little sweaty with a muckluck on. And the altimeter 29908. So, like I said, looks like a beautiful day here down in Miami, Florida. We have an option here, but I'm going to go ahead and aim for the 8s. Um, we're looking at a southeasterly wind at 7. It's gusty to 19 knots. 10 miles visibility. We do have a ceiling, but it could be problematic for us being it is at 25,000 feet. We may or may not see the runway with that one. We'll see. I'm more worried about the scattered layer at 3,600 feet. I doubt it'll go any worse, but you never know. And like we do know and saw, and as I zoomed in on a Sim Toolkit, there are some thunderstorms well north. Who knows? Okay, and down there, it's 91 degrees. It's a Florida day, folks. So it's muggy, it's windy. At least they got a breeze. So it's kind of it's Florida. All right, so with all of that in mind, folks, let's get to planning this flight. What do you say? All right, for the checklist today, folks, it is one of the items in the title. If you just put exclamation mark MD-11 check please, you'll get the one I'm using. Basically, folks, how this checklist works, if you download this aircraft, and again, exclamation mark MD-11, take you to the store if you want to purchase it. I highly recommend flying the tutorial flight a couple of times. What I normally do, I'll fly the tutorial flight specifically as written. Okay, that way you get familiar with the concepts with the plane. Then I might fly it a second time. This time, my numbers for weights. Okay, so whatever FedEx Express Virtual gives me, I'll take plug in instead of what the tutorial is saying. Work that way, I'm working through a flight for the VA I fly it with. Make sense? And then I'll just start flying it with the no understanding that now, okay, so let's say the tutorial flight, which I'll let you know, is El Paso to Memphis. You do all the parameters, do it like it says, then do it again. Heck, change the airplane if you want to World Air Cargo, or I don't know what all comes with it anymore, UPS. Okay, now you've done it twice. You should be familiar with it, going through the checklist, going through the plane to be able to fly it. And then Memphis to Miami, or heck, what the heck, Newark over to Stansted, or Paris, France, or Cologne, Germany, or the other way to Tokyo. You know, then you really start learning the plane because now you're using more of the fuel tanks, more of all the different systems to get the plane there. So again, baby steps until you start to feel somewhat confident in the Airbus 11, and then take the leap. Townwind Sim, welcome aboard. How goes it, sir? All right, so let's get in here and get this thing motivated to fly. All right, so if you've gotten that checklist, you can walk through it here. Basically, at the top is the parameters they're setting, the weight, of the cargo, the fuel, the taxi, the trip, takeoff, and all of the good fun stuff. All right, so let's do this. Now, there is one little, I don't know if it's real to the plane or not. For some strange reason, when I worked out at the airport, they just wouldn't let me in the cockpit when they were getting ready to fire up and go. I don't know why. I told them I had a ticket. It was for the wing seat out by the winglet, and they said, no, I'm not allowed. I don't get it. So I just don't know why they wouldn't let me see that part. But anyway, so initially when the plane loads up, you have a couple of options. You come over here. This is your EFB. Your power button to turn it on is right there. Once it comes on, I hit it with parked with external power. For the most part, that's how the plane's going to be, unless you really, really want to do cold and dark, which, you know what? Just a couple steps we're not going to have to do here. That's all. All right, let's move over to W and B, otherwise known as weight and balance. Come right back to that, hit ground ops, throw the stair set out, open the cockpit door, open your three cargo doors, and you're good to go. You're probably asking, why not the main door? Patience is a virtue. All right, go back to weight and balance now. First thing we're going to do is put in our payload, and then we'll come back to the CG in a minute, okay? I rushed it and followed, oh, total payload in CG. I better do them all. Oh, that was not a good move. I had to come back. All right, so hang on, bear with me. Oh, wait a minute. That's what? Oh, I know what I planned. Haha, I remembered now. May 59 be a better day on your memory. All right, payload. 163,139. 163,139. Enter. Okay, we'll come back to this. Blocking out with 57,143. Again, you can just type it in. Taxi fuel. I'm going to tell you right now, folks, for 20 minutes of fuel, 2,000 pounds. Yeah, that's a lot of fuel, folks. Divide it by 6.75 and you'll find out just how much fuel 20 minutes is. At taxi. We're not at cruise. Probably have to add a 0 or 2. All right, we don't have to worry about ballast tanks and ballast fuel. I really don't know when these come into play. I've kept it pretty conservative. I have yet to cross the pond with it, or a pond. Well, no, I did cross the neighbor's pond with it a couple days ago, but I'm talking the Atlantic or the Pacific. I haven't done that pond yet. All right, now, as it says, if you want to see your landing weight down here, see how we don't see it? You got to put your trip fuel in. For this flight, we're looking at 32,067. Enter. All right, so now you see the landing weight. All right, here's where we're talking. It gets kind of where I'm not certain reality is playing in with this plane well. All right, the big kicker in this plane is the takeoff CG. So the top number here has to be between 30 31% MAC. So it just needs to read that. So you move the slider whatever way it takes to get up there. And I have watched several streams, and I would say about 90% of them did just go for 30.5. Again, I don't know anything true false about this claim. I do know there were some very big quirks in the real world with this plane. Delta, American, not certain. All the airlines, I think Lufthansa, before it went to cargo, had it, but they had some problems, mainly in the landing phase. So this could be with it. They abandoned them. Cargo got them up. So Hawker 125, welcome in with a raid of 2 viewers. Folks, welcome in. Hello, Moto, hello. But yes, welcome, Raiders. Little bit about myself. Been doing this streaming thing for about 3 years now. Prior to that, all the way back to about 99, 2000, we've been flight simming. Prior to that, I actually have a private pilot's license. I just need to get current. So we've been doing this thing for quite a while. We just been streaming kind of in the last 3 to 4 years. So welcome aboard. Thank you. We're into flight simming on X-Plane 12. We're prepping a flight from Memphis down to Miami. Grab your popcorn, grab a soda, or whatever kind of beverage suits you, so long as you're not going to be within the throttle within 8 hours. Bottle to throttle, 8 hours. But welcome in, folks. Welcome, Hawker. Hope you had a great flight or great stream, however your stream went. Just getting a shout out put out there for you. And those of you that were here before, if you haven't already, head over there and give him a good follow and check out the content that our friend over at Mr. Hawker has. All right, well, you have a good time there, Mr. Hawker. Thank you. One other thing to know about Hawker, hopefully in the next few days, few months, few years, who knows, that Hawker 125 in his garage will become a flight sim. It's a full-size fuselage with a cockpit, some of the chairs, no engines. Ugh, would love to have had them. Tail and a wing too, to go flying. Otherwise, it's flying with a wing and a prayer. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome one and all. All right, so we were hung here, not knowing if that's real or not on the aircraft. Unfortunately, we'll say it this way, it's real on the Rotate MD-11. So, and since not many MD-11s are in the air much anymore, they are slowly being phased out with 777s and 767s and the newer aircraft coming online. Many are sad to see them finally make their way out. So just like the 747-400s did, and Dash 8s, they're now working their way to the graveyards as well. So, but that's all you got to do here, folks. Put in your payload, put in your fuel, put in your taxi. If you put your trip fuel in, you get your landing weight. So I always highly recommend it. And then set your takeoff CG to 30 to 31% MAC. And that's all you got to do. Now, I'm going to go ahead and apply the load configuration to the aircraft in the FMC, but we're going to have some fun. All right, so with all of that put in, hit request for the fuel, and let's request loading. Let's head outside and watch them do it. The only sad thing is yeah, the scenery gets in the way, but you know, if you ever visit an airport, things in the way of these rampies, who cares? We'll go right through it, just like they do here. Yeah, it's much like the interstate, folks. You take your life in your hands when you go on the interstate. Now with X-Plane 11, folks, the fun thing was, you'd see all of the ramp vehicles, fuel trucks, and all driving around haphazardly. Well, there was a reason for that. There's no driver in them. Now, X-Plane 12 put drivers in them. They still do it. They have their own mind. They do whatever they want. You're in their way. Well, you're in their way. Last I checked, aircraft had the right of way. All right, so there we go. So you saw that was some great animation. They loaded 4 cans on. Now, this is actually my first flight with the latest version, so don't want to overspeak my thing because they actually addressed a couple things, folks, that I was talking about just Friday. So that's why I don't want to overstretch myself. Rotate, I want to first say thank you, and we'll get to that in a minute. All right, and there you go, folks. That's the animation to this. You can see the fuel truck pulling up to do its thing. Really, I don't know if it's truly tied or not to it. It just haphazardly shows up just like the way they drive on the airstrip. All right, so here is what we talked about. One of my letdowns. Now they fixed one of mine, kinda, sorta, but it's a start in the right direction. Okay, you saw 4 cans go in, right? Hmm, interesting. They must have went right out the back doors because they're nowhere to be found. However, the weight's there. Again, one of those things I would have liked to have seen. However, if you're gonna go to that level, I would like for those of you that fly on the dark side of the flight sim world in Microsoft, cover your ears up because I'm going to use some harsh language. Captain Sim does that. They actually put the cans in the plane when they load them. I know many of you aren't fans of Captain Sim, so I had to warn you ahead of time. But anyway, again, all tongue in cheek, folks. I actually liked them. They had some flaws, yes, but they actually were pretty good when I used to fly over there on FSX. So, all right. So we've now done the big parts here of our EFB. We have loaded the plane, fueled it. See, there's no longer fueling or loading. And our main door, we watched it open, we watched it closed, and now we're going to close up the other ones. Why have a breeze in the airplane when we don't need it? Maybe. Let's just, oh, there they go. Okay. We'll leave the cockpit door open for now. It is a bit of a warm day. We saw it's near 90 degrees in Memphis, so we know it's a bit on the warm side. With the basics loaded, let's get this plane rocking and rolling. See, do I need anything else? No. Let's get up here and start the checklist. So we've already got the batteries. We already got the external power on. I'm going to go ahead, kick over the APU. Right here, you're going to see the avail button just flash until it starts. Okay, and then we're going to hit the annunciator test. Now, this is actually something that took me a little bit to find the first couple times. Right here, folks. If you look for your lights, right here, pretty easy, lower part of the upper panel. Come caddy corner to the right, you're going to see your anti-ice. Right below it is test. Yeah, that is a little bit hard to find, and documentation doesn't really help on that. But all we're doing is making sure the light bulbs all work, and they do. Now, we could go up. I'm not going to do the fire warning checks. We'll adjust our cockpit lighting. That's a little quirky. And I think that's an MD or a McDonnell Douglas thing. I don't know for sure, but I think it is. Let's drop down here and get our panel lights brought up. Okay. Don't think we'll need them, but you never know. Air systems. We're waiting on the APU just graciously came on. And like all Airbuses, it automatically put the generator on. Yeah, you heard me say it right, folks. Look at the general format. Hydraulic, your electrics, Usually the fuel was right here, so that's a little different, but you're generally looking at an Airbus panel. If it's not lit, it's either in the right spot, or if you really need them on, you turn them on. Okay. So a lot of Airbus is in this plane. So like for instance, look at your nav lights, on or off. You would be wrong if you said off. So, and I can hear you Boeing guys going, well, it's a Boeing plane. Why is it like that? It's not a Boeing plane. It's a McDonnell Douglas plane that Boeing inherited when they bought out McDonnell Douglas, along with the F-15, 18. Actually, I think the 18 was started by McDonnell Douglas. They improved it. Same with the F-15. So a lot of things they inherited when Boeing took over, and they never changed that to a B-11. Actually, that would have been a bomber of some kind, probably right before the B-17. Okay, so let's get back to it, shall we? Turn the APU bleed on. Watch our systems turning off as we get ready. Now, the air bleeds will not come off on the engines. Why? The engines aren't on. Same with the generators. Okay, emergency power switch or emergency lights to arm. And I'm going to just go up because you're going to hear it. We're going to do a cargo fire test at the same time of starting up our inertial navs. Did I turn my volumes down? If so, when? I certainly did. Well, dang it, I can't do the test. I didn't realize I had my volumes down. I just thought the airplane was a little on the quiet side. Anyway, when you turn this on, it'll sound like this.
Engine 1, fire. Engine 2, fire. Engine 3, fire. Engine 1, fire.
Okay, that's what it sounded like. Sorry about all of that, folks. All right, that's what it gets for thinking sometimes. Okay, emergency power switch is in the arm position. And we're just going to blow through these. All right, so we're going to come down. Now, one thing I requested, and I did not directly request this of rotate. Either they heard me or a lot of you are like me. 1.08 as of Friday, now it's been updated, you could not click on these. You had to just deal with them at that height. Now, I can actually read them. I don't know if I can position them. I didn't try that. Let's try that. Let's see if that worked. Oh, it did. Cool. All right, so that'll help us. Again, remember I told you it kind of failed a little bit? Here's where. This all didn't come in. You just get the screen. Am I going to complain? No. I mean, you at least got halfway there. Wish they'd have gotten the whole thing, but it is what it is. Okay, so let's do it. FMC. When you update this, folks, and this goes for really any airplane out there, okay, make sure you update your nav data. Always check your nav data. Either fire the plane up, head to your FMC's, McDo, depending on your planes, check your active dates. They normally go back to whenever whatever they loaded it at. In this case, I had to run my updater real quick. Boom, done. Also, make sure all of your information's right. Up here, I know there's a place on here to tell me which version it is. I can't remember for the life of me. I ain't gonna worry about it. All right, so let's do the initialization here. So, page looks good. Aircraft status is that. Nav data is good. We're going to the init page. One thing I hope they can work for us is getting us that init button like we have in Zibo and the Airbuses. That would be so nice, especially when we do the long continent flights in Eurasia, even across the pond it helps. However, in this case, and I have to do it like I did before, because guess what? I can't seem to remember. Where are you? Rotate, there you are. Enter data, saved routes. Memphis to my, okay, no 01s. I do have a company route, KMEM, KMIA. Now, if you have a route set up in there to go from Miami to Orlando, which is our alternate, you can put that in there, or you can just do it at the end. You'll see what I mean here once we get there. Okay, and as I have mentioned, KMCO is the alternate. Now, if you're at a gate at most airports, you can pull up your nav graph charts, parking coordinates, and update that. I don't have it. So, what we have to do is initialize the IRS. Okay. And we're back. I'm going to go ahead and put the flight number in here, FDX80. And we're going to just leave it. Got a few more things to get taken care of, and then we'll be back to finish it up. All right, so the hydraulic pressure check. Bet you got to guess this. We got to click hydraulics. Get the screen up. Folks, like I said, this plane is just like an Airbus. Minus, we don't do this in the Airbus. Up here, open the shield. Boom, test. And then it begins testing. The big thing here is to make sure we have at least 5.3 gallons in all this, above 5.3. And this is system 3, 2, 1. At least they count properly here. And what it's doing is various tests. We can actually walk away, but I'm going to let it get some of it going here. Maybe. Did I mention it takes a little bit? There it goes. Then that's all it's going to do. Charge the lines, make sure the warning goes off. Charge the second half. Then it's going to start in on 1 and 2. Draw them down to make sure the warnings go off as they should. It's doing the whole tests. All right, so we're going to move on. Let's go down to comm radios. And this is actually, with every airplane, folks, so important. Flight factor and rotate are probably the biggest culprits here. Okay, I'm going to bring X-Pilot in. I'm going to spend a little time here because I want you to see this. All right, and you happen to be watching up here, right by 118.95, which by the way, if memory serves, that's actually our tower frequency here in Memphis, which equates to our CTAF frequency. I think we'll show you how to get that real quick and easy. But you're looking to make sure your transmit and RX buttons are bold. We'll call it bold. These are not. For COM 2. All right. If I were to push COM 2 right here, nope, I didn't get it. I do it here, will I get it? Yes, see how it comes on? If I push that in, it'll go away. See how it's switched? So, what I like to do is make sure at least, first off, that these two are bold, and to do that, set your VH1, set your mic if you want. I don't think that's a requirement, but it might be. And then turn up your volume. Yes, this is the one time. Turn it up. Otherwise, you may not hear them. And you just heard a little secret about VATSIM and a lot of aircraft now. I don't care what sim you're flying. Have the ability to manipulate the sound levels. So that guy that comes on that feels he needs to be heard on Mars, taxiing at a little GA airport, on a flight sim, you can turn him down so he won't blow your eardrums out. All right, so let's get this set up. Of course, I will set it up, and you know what they're going to do? Change it. Somebody will come online. Right now, nobody was online. Click. All right, so we're on VATSIM Unicom for now. We'll double check our tower frequency in a moment. All right. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and connect. All right, you can see what I'm doing here, folks. I didn't know you could. That's awesome. We're going to be a McDonnell Douglas MD-11. Connecting. Okay, I can right now tell you there's a good chance nothing's on in the Memphis area. Okay, because we got this lovely message telling us to tune our transponder to 113.02. So 1302. We don't have an enter or anything like that. What I do, I want you to watch the mode C. When you hear them telling a pilot or you to squawk mode C. Now, you may look down here and go, "Oh, I am." So I did this, folks. It was a 45-minute really pain in my I even had this set here on the Airbuses. Sometimes you have to move the switches over here to get that. If that green light's on for mode C, you're squawking mode C. And folks, I could leave it on expounder for the whole flight. May not see traffic on my TCAS, but they wouldn't know. How about that? Learn something here at Flying with Mike. However, when we get going, we'll move it up. But if they see mode C, they're happy. They're in their happy place, like I like to call it. All right, so that's enough on comms and all, but I think you're getting the picture. That is actually a big thing now, so kind of focus on that. All right, let's move on real quickly here. Glare shield setup. Speaking of TCAS. Actually, we're not to that point. First, we want to make sure we're in inches. We'll do both sides, inches of mercury, which is IN. Now, down here, it will always say Q and H. So we're either going to be HP, hectopascals, or inches of mercury. If you're flying anywhere other than the United States, you're in hectopascals. You know, Q and H, 1013 or 0998. You've heard those. If you're flying in U.S. territories, a little bit of the North America area, you're going to get altimeter 2998 to this, that, and the other. That's what we're talking about, okay? That's what this switch is for. And for our flight today, we'll set the altimeter. I love it when they say it that way. And they're all going, well, that's exactly how it's supposed to be said. Didn't you know that? All right, so we got this one set to the altimeter. Next up is we need the nav display to be on. And that, folks, if you heard, was the Flying with Mike mascot in the form of a 150-pound European Shepherd. Not a German, he's actually Eastern European Shepherd. So we want to make sure we're showing heading mag, and we're ready to go. And minimums we'll set to 200. Actually, I'm going to set to 400. Maybe. All right. Moving on up. We are going to head back now to the FMCs. Pull this. Oh, okay. I was like, did they move again? All right. That's going to be really disappointed. All right, so now we're going to go to the F plan page. All right, so let's start it. Flight number is in. Alternate is in. Let's get our cruise altitude. I think we said 35 is our cruise altitude. It certainly is. You know what? I'm going to have you all be able to see this. Stand by charts. Well, you know, it always helps to start the program. At 1,000 today, folks. Okay, let me move this a little over. Actually, let me zoom in. There we go. All right, that way you can see a little better. Okay, so we put the flight number in, alternate, cruise. Let's pull it up here. Now, if you didn't know this, compliments of Captain Mac, a YouTuber, taught me this. I never knew he taught me this. Go to import flight, folks, from SimBrief, import it. Oh, there's your flights. Click the flight you're on. There you go. Ah, look at that. 36 left is not used. I wonder why I didn't select it. Let me just double check. That's starting to scare me. Nope, it's not what I thought. Okay. All right, so what we've got to put in here is our OS temperatures and headwind, or winds. If we could have a tailwind. That's our always hope. All right, so on our thing here, first off, let's go to the ATIS and figure out, did they do another runway change on us? Because I think they did. Yes, they did. We're now on the 18s. We're in South Ops. And runway 9. Of course, our taxi. Gotta love it, folks. But we have a variable wind of 4 knots. You know, that means it's still open game. All right, so what we'll do, come back to flights, and what I'm going to just do is a quick change. We'll just use runway 9. And that's a bunch of bunk. It just said they're using 9. Okay, we'll play nice. Oh, I misread. That was a... Oh, they're only using the 18s. Okay, fine. We'll use a center. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong. I will center where I want. There we go. All right, so now we're set up to fly south. Of course, if somebody comes on, they're going to go, oh, we're in actually north operation, so you're going to have to switch your runways again. I'm going to say, no, we're going to take off on 27. Just kidding. All right, so we got our flight, we got our runways somewhat changed around. Let's view the operational flight plan here and get this thing going. We need the temperature and the winds. Average wind is somewhat at our back, 288 at 39. So we got a tail of 29. Okay, now what's the temperature? Well, if you're on the default, which is what this is, scroll down just below all of your fixes is your winds. Look for top of climb, find your number, mine it right here, and then walk across, see how we do. I'm going to go with 46. So minus 4, 6. And again, we're just guesstimating here, folks. Unfortunately, and I just do the best I can. Okay, so HD, how about TL 29, I believe we said is what. Yeah. Right there is going to give us, once we put our cost index in of 200, ouch, our optimum 35,000. Perfect, right where we're going to, folks. Now we go to F plan. Oh wait, no we don't. Back to init. Page over. Button pushed, ignore it. Okay, cool. We're gonna look at everything here, specifically here. This is where this is gonna come in handy. All right, zero fuel weight, 14.16.4. Perfect. Takeoff weight 471.5. Close. And fuel 57.1. Good. So good numbers here, folks. That's one reason I really love. Hang on, I'm getting back to where I was. Why I like the ability. I wish we could pull the whole thing out. We can't. Hey, this is a step in the right direction. So that numbers are all right. Oh, the one thing I didn't check, 86.6 for our zero fuel weight. CG, that is correct. All right. Now, let's go to F plan. Go to Memphis, SID. Now, we're now taking off 18 center, BB King, transition KERMI. Of course, it's going to say additional SIDs. No, we're staying with this until told otherwise. Though I so much want this, 18 works fine. Now, if you want to see this real quick, X out of this, bring it up. So basically, we're going to fly off on a heading of 180 to Ribs, to Henner, Wallace, to Leo, BB King, KERMI. First, you got to insert. Okay, Ribs, Henry, Wallace, Leo. just like Airbus, scroll up, King KERMI. All right, so from KERMI, look across the top here, folks. KERMI, Montgomery, ACORI. KERMI, Montgomery, ACORI. Perfect. Click Miami. Star. I can't remember. ILS 8 right. Frogs. Ori. Let's take a look at that ILS 8 right. Okay, we're going to come in on. I don't think there's a transition. So what it's saying is they're going to bring you in here. You got a procedure turn out, the procedure turn in. I'm going to come straight to chrome. So we're going to leave it frogs to ACORI, from ACORI on the frogs to 8 right. Insert. All right. And if you notice, it connects it here on charts, but we are going to try our best. Here, we'll just pull the chart up. All right, so we're coming in way up here, folks. This is one of the longer arrivals out there. You start up in nearly northern Florida, working your way down. Okay, so ACORI, so from ACORI to BL, Bullseye, Snappy and Nikki, Promo will be on the next page. Scruff, Plows, Matney. Scruff, Plows, Matney. I'm going to zoom in a little. Okay, now from Matney, we're going to go to Cleat. Arbin, Jams. Oh, it gets where Arbin. Don't know which one this Jams. There it is, way up here. And then frogs. Frogs. Arrett, Aspen. Oh, it's hard. TBJ, Shar, ACERE, and Elig. Okay, so we're coming right down here to Elig, 4,000 feet. That's a pretty good speed. Then we're direct to Cobra, which I am going to do. So, on and right on in. Yeah, it's a lot to it, folks, but that's how it is. All right, so the flight plan's in. Next up on the list, takeoff approach. This is where we get to have some fun. Sounds go, oh, definitely don't be watching us while you're driving there, sir. But thank you so much, Downwind, for being a part. Thank you for lurking about, and we'll see you when you get somewhere to be able to watch. All right, let's get rid of charts, bring in Top Cat. Maybe. Oh, I clicked the button somehow. There we go. Just push it over just slightly. All right, so I've done a lot of this already, folks. I tried to make this part ready. So we got our payload, we got our 420. Just do this. Or 16401. Jeez, really? Now I gotta change it again. So drop zero fuel weight needs to come down 4,000. That's easy. Make it 16. Bear with me. We're adjusting. Up 400. Up 300. 8. And down. And again, is just get your number off. All right, just get your zero fuel. In this case, since it was pretty easy, I got it to where we were. Fuel looks good. All right, so now we'll go with all of the information drug in to takeoff. And we're taking off on 18 center now, updating the weather. 000 at 4. I don't know if it's actually reading a north wind of 4 or not. See real quick. 471, that's close. And here's the particulars on the runway. Real quick with TopCat, it's a payware program, folks. There are profiles out there. For the love of God, I can't remember where to find them. But the MD-11 comes with it. So you can, if you know the MELs, there may be some you can use. There's what they are. Also, if your runway's linked, shortened, front end, back end, you can make that. Okay, so once you have all your things put in, you've updated your weather, which we have, 2997. We'll double check that before departure. Hit calculate, or compute, sorry. All right, from here, this actually gives you a lot, and it's actually pretty close. All right, matter of fact, very close. Get back down here where it makes more sense. All right, so we can take this data. So we're going to flex our takeoff. We're going to go ahead and do the 60 degree. All that's doing, folks, is saying we're not going to use maximum 100% plus, as you can see on N1. We're going to pull the power back and save the engines a little bit. Why? Because they're very expensive. And two, if they go out, so do we. We go down. Gravity does work. Or if you don't think it does, you're about to find out pretty quick. So that is the importance. So we're going to flex at 60. So let me pull my checklist up here so we work this out properly. Flaps. They say flaps 10. I set it to optimal. So flaps 10. We'll talk about dial a flap. Next up is the slope and wind. Folks, you have that here. You just got to figure out the format it wants. Okay, Airbus heads, guess what? I'm gonna know this one. Slope, UP, up. Positive number here is up, a negative number here is down. So 06. Hold on, slash. Now, we need to put in the wind. Follow the formatting here. So now we need the wind. Whoa, how do we do a 4-digit wind? Headwind, tailwind. Again, graciously, TopCat tells us tail, 04. Whether or not it really is, kind of not, relative. So we'll just put tail 04. Outside air temperature 31. Another place you can read it is TAT 31. So we can put it there. Look at this. Now let's look at our speeds versus what came up. All right, so we have 141 to 146 V. Pretty close. Matter of fact, dead on. Smidge over. All right, next up, V rotate 163, dead on. And 173, we'll go with the 167. That looks good. So you can see, folks, it does work out. Even though it says PMDG, MD-11, and it's actually for FSX, it works out. So it's pretty cool. Actually, I think it might have been for before that, but anyway. Oh, and if you weren't really reading that little screen that was up, I know some of you are in commercial breaks. How much longer? Oh, you guys should be back. Okay, now if you guys weren't reading the line, it's 141 to 140. Oh, so 145 fits, 163, 173. We're close enough. That's how much runway should be. About 1,100 feet. About. We'll see. All right, folks, and there you have it. Once you're done here, your flight plan's completed. Could do a secondary. I think the reference page doesn't work. I don't think. I haven't tried, and I'm not going to here. But we're done with the basics here. If you want to start digging in, buy it, enjoy it. All right, folks, let's go. We have been on the ground way too long. All right, so last thing on my checklist is get that FCP, the front control panel, set up. First thing I'm going to do, if you do not mind, which I'm going to put, I think it's that one. I was wrong. There we go. You'll see why in a second. Let's concentrate up here. Okay, so speed, altitude. All right, do we have ATC? Oh, we have ground. I knew it. I knew they were going to do something to us. That's set in here now. That way I've got it ready. All right, departure wise, I have to look at my chart. I think we got a 5,000 footer. We'll set it, but hopefully we can bypass it. Okay, 5,000 set. Runway speed 250, that's the max. I don't have any speed restrictions on this. Runway heading. Unfortunately, folks, no easy way to do this. Just scroll down. Okay, next up. Want to make sure your bank angle is set to auto. It will vary what you do while you're flying. Okay, final checks. Now for the nav data setup, that's this screen. First thing we want to do is click traffic data VOR. Then set the range you're comfortable with. I'm going to keep it at 10 till we start into the general climb up. That way I can follow that magenta line if I so choose to fly. Do the same over here. However, it's a different screen. Increase it, increase it. Thing I do want to check. No, it didn't. Minimums did not take. Okay. All right, and there you go, folks. We are now ready for engine start. Hope you all are having a great day on this Pentecost Sunday. We will be talking with ground here momentarily and get things rolling. I also want to check to make sure ATC is, well, you all let me know. All right, so ground. What I'm going to do to make this simple. Just get my ACORI system up and running. Okay, and that is now running. All right, get on my ground page so he can tell me how to get where I'm going. Go. And let me get something to ride on. Okay, we're ready. Let's see what they have for us. Hopefully the echo won't be too bad. But I'm trying to see if we have ATC coming through. Memphis ground, FedEx 811 Heavy on the FedEx ramp, request clearance to Miami today. Okay, FedEx 811's cleared, BB King 7 departure, KERMI, initial climb 5,000, fly level 350 and 10, departures offline, and 1302 for the box. Not. And Memphis ground, FedEx 811 copies, BB King 7 to KERMI, 5,000 initially, 35,000 10 minutes after, departures offline, 1302 for the box. And FedEx 811 copies, we do have Kilo, and we'll call for taxi. All right, for some reason, we no longer can hear ATC. Or if it's because I gotta put that up. That is so bizarre, folks. All right, so let's get this bird ready to go. All right, last things we have here before we pull the external power, we want to do something in the cockpit. So hang on. There's some hand signals, or over the mic, over the headsets we could do this with. Okay, staircase is gone. All right, big thing you want to do, I had a problem once with this. I don't know if it still is one or not. Turn it off in the plane. And then external, it's going to go away, is right there. All right, so it's right there again, just so you all see it. All right, so now we want the ground power unit off. And we could push back here, folks. I'm going to use better pushback. All right, so checklist is as follows. Parking brakes on, seatbelts. Beacons. First off, let's call
it. Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Okay. Now, let's see. Beacon on. Let's double check. Yes, it is. Emergency lights armed. Switch is in the arm. Doors and windows are closed. That, I do not know where you could easily look for that. Let's look up here. You know, like you have a panel that tells you that. I don't know where that is. Fuel panel is set. Air panel is on. Pushback is pulling up. And in the meantime, put our auxiliary pump on. Transponder to expounder, and
okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. You can actually see the nose lifting, folks, when it's ready.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Bear with me 1 second, folks. Oh, now tower's up too. $119.7. Okay. I like being ready to just flip-flop. All right, so now we got that ready to go. All right, push him back. First thing, let's head over here. Ground ops, get rid of the chocks. Is there an airplane next to us? Well, looky there, we have another FedEx here. All right, we're just doing a quick look around the plane, nothing out. Let's do it. Brakes off. I hate this because I always forget, you gotta do it here.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right. All right, the sequence for engine start, folks, that the checklist says, doesn't mean it's necessarily right. Y'all are gonna hear me that a lot. We're always told start engine number 2 on Airbus and 737, although you can start number 1, you're not breaking anything. All right, so we first got to turn on our ignition system. We used A last time, let's go with B. Packs are now automatically turned off. There's a lot of Airbus now coming at you. You already should have seen it with the McDo. I mean, FMC. All right. Back here so I can see better. All right, I'm going to switch that panel over there to engine. And here we go. I'm going to start up number 3. These are your starts. Use the down arrow. Use the up arrow. If it doesn't work, try the other one. And then we're watching for 17%. Watch. Love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Rotate. Okay, at the blue line, fuel on. So it's not 100% like an Airbus, but it's pretty doggone close. Once we're stabilized, then we'll start up number 1 and then the center one. I just follow it because it's on the checklist that way. Okay, it looks like they've settled down. Starting. Again, wait for the blue line right there. And then we'll move the fuel switch up.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
And I find this is the only way it seems to work. Okay, fuel on. The nice thing is everything else seems to work automatic. You don't have to go in, set your generators on and all of the, you know, turn this, turn that on. It is what it is with this plane, and I do like that. Now, you're going to find I don't fly with the yoke much over here except for on approach. Just in the way all the time.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
And thanks for flying with Mike. All right, folks, and to you all, thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike on your Sunday. Sure do appreciate you. We are headed to Miami here as soon as we get that center engine kicked over. And they let us taxi to takeoff. All right, well, we now have a light off. Everything looks good. It's just working its way up. So with that, a couple of these items, windshield defog off, this will go kind of sort of off when we let the parking brake. And it looks like we're stable. All right, let's get up to the top panel here. Defog off. Anti-ice. Don't think we need to worry about that. Air bleed off. There we go here. Make sure the pack comes on. Get the APU shutting down. Hydraulic panel, automatic. And hydraulics check, bleeds all on. And back down here, we're going to set our trim to 4.3. Now, Airbus and McDonnell Douglas, I do like. It shows you it right here, not that wonky gauge right next to it. You got to guesstimate. Where's 4.3 on it? Here it tells you. All right, we're set on our trim. Now I'm going to come down here and set it back to config. You'll see why. All right, let's do a surface check. Make sure those mechanics aren't messing with us and left a gust lock in place so that they wouldn't get hit by the surface. Okay. All right, takeoff data. Folks, you're going to find a redundancy here big time. Check to make sure your numbers are correct. 145, 163, 167. Okay. Flaps. I'm going to go ahead and keep this up. All right, let's go to flaps. 10. All right. While they're doing this, there's this neat little system, and I'm sorry, McDonnell Douglas / Boeing, I'm gonna make fun of it again. Call 1-800 dial a flap, folks. Dial a flap to get your flap settings set properly. That's what it's called. Dial a flap. What that means, folks, is between 10 degrees and 28 degrees flap, you dial it on the dial. What you want it to be. You want it to be 18, 16, 15, 14, 21, 28, hut, 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 dial a flap. Seriously, folks, this is a system that was really on the plane. Yeah, good thing is we're 10 degrees. Woo, gotta love it, folks. Some of the things you learn. All right, the other big thing. All right, this one I have heard a lot of. How do you set the spoilers to armed? Because if you don't, you're gonna hear the young lady go, spoilers, spoilers, arm spoilers. You all know what this lady has a nickname for, so prevent that. Okay, now we know arrows move it. However, you see the hand, talk to the hand, pull it up, get the red line there, it's armed. Stave trim set, flaps are set, and I just moved us a notch in the flaps because I was trying to go here to set for our brakes to reject. And takeoff data again, confirm. Folks, it can change, that's why. It's kind of one of those kind of, sort of, maybe silly kind of things. But I also turn my radar on so I don't forget. Tilt it up a little. Clap your hands. All right, here we go. Memphis ground, FedEx 811 Heavy, ready to taxi.
FedEx 811 Heavy, runway 18 center, taxi via Victor Bravo, cross runway 27 at Bravo.
18 center via Victor Bravo, cross 27 on Bravo to the hold point, FedEx 811. All right, here we go. You're not ready? Tough. All right, here we go, folks. The other thing I'm not sure about on this plane is the way the engines respond. Wait a minute, I think I pushed back to the wrong line again. Dang it, I sure did. All right, so we're going to Victor, which is the parallel to 927. Then we're going to turn on Bravo, which will take us right to 18 center. So it'll be the second taxiway to our left. Now, I do want to make mention here, because some of you were on the stream Friday. We did crash to desktop just after passing Carter, which is 10 to 20 minutes to landing at Key West. The radar was spectacular in Zebo. If those guys happen to be listening, great job. The yellows, the reds told the story of if you needed to weave your way through it, folks. Oh, now if we can get the rest of the fleet of aircraft to do that would be amazing. And no, we're not flying Panda today. Panda Air, we'll get it back in the air another day, folks. All right, here comes Bravo. By the way, folks, we're idle thrust. Okay, we had clearance to cross 27. Which is weird.
Memphis ground, FedEx 1467, rear check. FedEx 1467, Memphis ground, line clear. And hello, Memphis ground, FedEx 1467. We're in Airbus 8300, requesting off our clearance to Louisville, Kentucky. We are sitting at stand 454. FedEx 1467, you are heavy. You are clear to Louisville, Kentucky. You are provided Get 7 departure GF transition that has filed. Maintain 5000, cycle level 33010 minutes after departure. Departure, unfortunately, is offline. Squawk 1637. Can I get the squawk one more time for FedEx 1457? 1637. FedEx 811, contact tower 119.7. Have a great flight.
119.7 for FedEx 811 Heavy. Thanks.
Amen to the ground. FedEx 1467 is cleared to the Louisville Airport via the GOTE 7 departure dive transit.
All right, so takeoff data. Check again. Auto flight. We're going to turn that on when we're ready to hit the runway. EAD pad is clear, and cabin radar and transponder as required. Memphis Tower, FedEx 811 Heavy will be ready to go, reaching 18 Center.
FedEx 811 Heavy, hello Memphis Tower, RNAV 2 RIPS, wing variable at 4, runway 18 Center, clear for takeoff.
RNAV to ribs, cleared for takeoff, 18 Center, FedEx 811 Heavy. All right, let's light them up, folks. Oops.
FedEx 811 Heavy, Memphis Tower.
Uh-oh. FedEx 811 copies, RNAV ribs, cleared for takeoff. Uh-oh. Did you copy Memphis Tower?
Yeah, I copy, thank you.
All right. Dang it. On. Okay, here we go, folks. Auto flight. Away we go. We are on the Airline channel. See, that part I don't get, folks. Now we're full. V1. Here we go, rotating.
FedEx 811 Heavy, you are leaving my airspace. Frequency change is approved. Have a great flight.
FedEx 811 copies over to Unicom. Thanks for the great ATC. Have a great day.
Stabilizer motion. Terrain.
Looks like I need to do something. All right, that was interesting. But we're getting on course. All right, folks, a little shaky there on the takeoff, but we're on our way up. We're through 8,700 feet for flight level 350, and all we got to do is just kind of keep an eyeball on how we're doing.
Stabilizer motion.
I had to hit the auto flight twice. Like I said, folks, every now and then it's always something different. Okay, so we're on our way, folks. Trying to figure out what was going on. All right, so we're on our way, folks. Thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike this Sunday. What do we got here? Error at Aspen. Aspen? What are we doing near Aspen? Okay, after takeoff, gears up, flaps up, fuel panels set, seat belts, exterior lights, altimeters. All right. Easy stuff right now. We'll get those lights off. Okay, and everything else looks good. 14,000 feet. Away we go, folks. Hope you enjoy the flight. Let's see if there's any additional ATC. I do not see. Birmingham, we're not worried about ground. Cleveland, we're not worried about, so we're good to go. Again, glad to have you aboard, folks. Not sure how ATC came through there at the end. We'll hope for the best. We're on our way, folks. Currently an hour and a half out of Miami. right, there's BB King, I believe, right ahead of us, and then we head to KERMI, and then on to Miami. Since I can't remember if this one's loud outside or not, that's not too bad. There it is, folks. MD-11. Hawker. Hope you enjoy it. All right, folks, I will be right back. Give me a couple seconds here. Go see my granddaughter and late our marching orders for the rest of the day. Be right back. All right, folks, we're back. All right, we are level at flight level 350. Destination Miami. Pretty much sums up today's flight, unlike Friday's flight where thunderstorms abound in this region. So nice and calm. But thank you for flying with Mike today. I appreciate y'all coming aboard, being a part, and look forward, hopefully this time, making it to our destination in Florida. Let's put it that way. Friday, we were trying to get to Key West with Zebo on the second flight. Today, we're only going to be able to do the one flight. We'll kind of take it easy. But we're hoping to make Miami. We made the first flight. Really, the only event we had was trying to turn for the vector to the ILS, but other than that, that was really, I think, the only major hiccup. Here, the only hiccup so far is the getting on course, which obviously we are now. So we are on our way. I'm going to go ahead and run some music in the background. And that, I think, is why the sound levels were where they were. And currently, folks, we're looking at about an hour and 14 minutes, looking at the timer at the top. Of course, I start with a piece of music that's really soft in the beginning, trying to get the volume level set. But again, hope you all have a great weekend. I know here in our local area, we had the famed Art on the Square in Belleville. Told it was phenomenal. Didn't get a chance to get to it. Was somewhat helping one of my daughters move yesterday, and so. But I'm glad to hear they're getting back to some form of normalcy as they move from where they started to the interim apartment to now the final product. So, sometimes moving, folks, is rough. So, hopefully the forever home and things start easing back into their norms. All right, folks, and we are on our way. So I'm just going to kind of hang here, folks. Hey, anytime you have a question or anything about flight, life, anything, hey, you know what? Bring it up. We're here for you, and I'd love to hear from y'all. So we'll just keep cruising along here. Probably in about 30 minutes or so, we'll kind of take a look at that arrival see what we're planning, make sure ATC, how it's going, and go from there. But folks, we are in cruise. Speaking of in cruise, let's be nice to the cargo back there. Let them party. And turn the seatbelt signs off. All right, folks, sit back, relax, enjoy this great Sunday afternoon, Pentecost Sunday. And we're just sitting here on the side watching the chats, and hope you all enjoy. And I'm just kind of looking through the chat right now, looking at who's all here with us, and glad y'all are here. And if someone out there could let me know if that music's a little loud. If not this song, definitely the next song, we'll be able to get a good feel for it. Couple of things here on my chat windows I'm curious about how to use them, where to put them, if I'm supposed to put them anywhere but there. I don't know. They've kind of popped up on me here, so I'm trying to read in on that as well. And while we're at it, hang on a second, that song's starting up. I just looked over at my laptop. Oh, there's a, I don't know, Meow Mix commercial on. Oh, they have aircraft in the background with cats. Oh, boy. Oh, Lord. All right, well, what I was getting ready to say, folks, I'm going to try really to mess things up today. Let's go ahead. I'm going to get in the lobby here at Flying with Mike. Those of you who are in the Discord already, you're more than welcome. Those of you looking for our Discord channel, there is a invite for you. So check it out. It is live and available for you to chat on. Just keep the language in check, folks. This isn't a bar. You don't know the audience that could be sitting around. doesn't need to hear the barroom talk. All right, so we are en route. Also, folks, those of you coming out of the commercial break, if you thought you missed anything or you want to go over other things, hey, this will be up on video YouTube a little later today after the flight. It is a rebroadcast, so it's not live. However, those of you live on YouTube, if you want to be a part of this live broadcast, feel free to scroll down, click the Twitch link. We'll have a schedule up for next week here shortly. I'm going to begin to modify it, keeping it more simple, easier to manage. What I post out, what I still keep for myself, will have to be as detailed as it does. It just helps with the post and pre, I call it production. Post and pre what I do to get the stream up and going and then out to you all on YouTube. So I don't know now, am I getting too loud with the music? I think we got it okay. All right. And if you'll beg my pardon, I am going to take a quick step away here, see what is up with my granddaughter. I can hear her screaming from here. I know nothing major going on. It just, I'm sure she's hungry or something to that degree. She's just not happy. Be right back. All right, folks, we're back with you. As expected, getting fed and changing out the diaper. Got the kid all mean and nasty. Well, the getting fed part didn't. It just changing diapers. All right, folks, we're on our way. We're leaving the X pilot up, folks, and only reason is for some reason, all of a sudden, we no longer hear ATC if I don't have that up with you. And I don't know what happened. I wish I could retrace my tracks to figure it out, but Just like all of a sudden, no longer. So, but anyway, we will continue on, and I hope you all enjoy. Also, as indicated earlier, Discord, I have got it turned on, so if anyone talks, hopefully, hopefully it works. Like I said, a little bit of audio issues here in the last couple of days, so not sure where that's all stemmed out of. But the nice thing here, you know what I can do? Let me try something. Keep it as minimally invasive as possible. And those with the program already know ACORI, as you can tell there in the chat, is the beginning of the Frogs 4 arrival. It's right ahead of us, folks. About 20 miles out, maybe 40 miles at the most. Let me take a look at something here. Where are we getting Acer at? It's got to be part of the Froggy arrival. I have no idea where Acer is. Scruff, Plows, Matty, Cleat. James, Frogs. Oh, yeah, it's all the way at the end. Wow. And again, folks, for those new, this is the Rotate. Let me show you from the outside. The Rotate MD-11 version 1.09. You may have gotten this in an email from xplane.com. I don't know what it comes from. But anyway, yes, they just updated it. I did put a question out there, and hopefully some of you all know, maybe here on Twitch, maybe I'll get it in feedback on the YouTube. But for some reason, it says it's updatable by Skunkworks. I don't see anything inside the file to tell me that, the download, nor when I run Skunkworks does it find it. Is there something more I would need to do? Because I like to keep my aircraft as up to date as I can, to try to ward off what happened with Zebo Friday, where I had not updated yet, but usually that's not a problem, and it's CTD'd not too far out of Key West. And by the way, those new to the computer gaming world and or flight sim world, CTD is crashed to desktop. So oh, that's why things look kind of funky on my screen also. My glasses are dirty. Some of the reasons why I don't put my face on the screen. then we really would have a lot of issues, folks. Cameras breaking, monitors breaking, the whole 9 yards if I was to put my face on the computer. All right. That still looks kind of fuzzy, so I don't know what's up with this. I don't know. Kind of looking at my... Maybe it's just... Yeah, we'll try a different livery on the next flight. I'll make a note of that. Okay. Let's take a look where we're at. Just off ACORI. We get down here, it's a lot easier to read these things. So we're 360 miles out. Let's take a look at these numbers here, folks. Ooh, that I don't like. These two aren't synced all that great. And I still don't know how to get rid of this. Okay. Oh, we can de-arm our spoilers. How about that? Yeah, if you see them up like that in the red bar there, folks, I'll show you. They're actually armed. It's kind of like an Airbus thing with that white ribbon. You see it, you know they're armed. Here, it's a red. And all you do, again, arrows move it. So that arrow will take it down the track to about here. I think it's 2/3. And then the up arrow brings it back. But the hand is what arms and de-arms. I know a lot of people have had fits over that, and rightly so. That was a tough one, folks. That took me a lot to figure out. So I could not figure out how to get that woman to just quiet down. All right, 348 miles to go, folks. So let's look at this arrival. Bring in charts. We'll start with the charts, end with the speeds. How's that sound? All right, there you go, folks. Again, we are planning 808 right. As of right now, the METAR in Miami, now granted 41 minutes old, is variable at 6. A whole lot different than when we first looked, because we were talking like 150 with gusty winds, making it kind of tricky. So right now we have a scattered layer of clouds at 3,500 feet base to deal with, and another one at 6,000. The ceiling at this moment, which was 42 minutes ago, 25,000 feet. So that means we don't have anything to worry about. Cat 1, Cat 2 arrival, Cat 3 arrivals. Can we do RNAVs? All of that's answered right here. Now, one thing I like about this nav graph charts. One, you can get charts, folks, for just about every airport out there in the world right here in a nice package. Yes, you got to pay for it. If you're already paying to update your FMC data through NavGraph, tack on a little bit more and get this with it. Why? Yes, you can look out there and find, I'm going to say about 80 to 90% of the charts. Kind of, sort of easy. And I say that because Canada was a bear to find. And folks, that's just right above me, right up north. Duluth fly, when he was here, he'd know. It's right above right across the river. Seriously. We can't get their charts very easily. It's even hard through the VATSIM controlling group for Canada to get the charts. So that's why I say it's problematic, but you can usually find them. Europe, most of your VATSIM center organizations have them. Same with like South America, although I haven't really dug in because I've got the program. So that's why I use this program. I can always get my instrument charts that I'm planning right here at my fingertips. Also, the weather. For those of you that aren't what we call METAR savvy, this is your meteorological report for Miami as of 2053 Zulu. It even tells you how old it is, so you don't have to go, oh my God, what Zulu time are we? What's my conversion from that? And so forth. It's right here, 44 minutes ago. If you can't read this, hey folks, don't kick yourself. A lot of people can't. It can get from remark on, yeah, very difficult. Up to remark, it gets a little easier, but it tells you right there in your language. Even the information after the word remark, RMK. I like it for that. Hang on. Go ahead and get rid of that for now. I'm going to turn the weather on. It defaults to radar, I believe. Look at that. It starts showing you what weather's along your way of travel. And you don't have to keep it on your route. You can move it along. And down in the Miami area, we got some storms southeast, northeast. Thankfully, nothing currently on it. It's Florida, folks. We expect it. What did I do? Oh, there we go. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. So there's your weather. And I can go through a whole litany of things to show all of these things. From pressures to topopause, visibilities, jet streams, clouds, icing, what do you want to know? And I can set it up. And yes, it does have a replay feature, so we can find out what have these storms done, even though we're not going that way. Pretty cool. There is so much in this program now, it's unbelievable. And you can actually I can change just like that, folks. Amazing. Let alone all the charts. Here's the Frogs 4. Now, the only sometimes bad part to this is, see ACORI? All of this right here, folks, is squeezed in to fit into your map until you get the frogs, which y'all call me out if I'm wrong. I believe this is pretty close to the Naples area. So till you get on a line about 45 miles from Naples due east, you're pretty much, however, I can overlay it. So you get an idea what I'm talking about. Not until we get here will it tell us. But if I center the map, we're coming down it. All right, so altitude restrictions, what we have in place, we can make sure that 300 miles is right. Let's see, where is our first one? Nope, not Sabi. Plows. We got to be below or above 34,000 feet. Folks, so we know we've got to get, or right now, bullseye. still way up here. We got to work our way through Snappy, Nicky, Bromo, Scruff to plows before we can really legitimately start a descent, because we got to be above 34,000 feet. Then we start coming down 21 to 28, above 15. So and then you just see how it works speed wise, folks. There are great YouTube videos that just jaw drop at. The one that really got me was JetBlue. These are real world pilots and controllers. Now, whether they're still available, because it's kind of sad to listen to. JetBlue real world pilot with a real world approach controller. The word at, and what we're talking about is right here, at this speed, at this speed. So when you cross cleat, you have to be between flight level 210, flight level 280, at 280. Not pilot's discretion, not controller discretion. You are supposed to be at that speed. Whether you're comfortable with it or not, that's the speed you got to do it at. If you're not, give it to the first off. Or the other way around. But as you get down here, at 250. And so forth. So, and that is for the controllers to be able to put all these airplanes aiming in on Miami or whatever territory in line, properly spaced, to minimize the go-around effect. Because somebody drug his feet and the others got in too close. He, of course, drugging his feet, probably drug it on the runway, taking his time to exit. And they all go around. So, a lot of information there, folks. So anyway, we are going to be coming down from where we're at now. We just crossed Bullseye. Oh no, we're still ahead. Keep forgetting I can do that now. All right, Bullseye, then Snappy, Nicky, Bromo, Scruff. You can read all the little numbers here. Now, like for instance, I'll just give you a little schooling here, folks. I'm not sure the 2600, is that our minimum altitude? Because I thought flight level 1800 was the minimum safe. I don't know what this 2600T is. I know we have some instrument rated or instrument wannabe rated pilots. Congratulations. What the heck does that mean? And don't tell me I got to go look at a YouTube video. Anyway, from Scruff to Plows, 34,000. Maddie, Cleat. You can just follow along, folks, all the way down to PBJ. Maybe they'll have bananas on the sandwich too, but anyway. Char, Acre, Legs, leg at 4,000. Now, gonna tell you you're about 20 to 30 miles out. You may want to start thinking about approach speeds. Unless told otherwise, at certain points you can tell, do what you need to do to be safe. When my dad flew with the airlines, he had an altitude when he crossed, the aircraft speed-wise became his. And if the controller asked, he'd say unable. So, and that's because he's getting the aircraft in a position where he's, you got to be ahead of the plane so much, but he's getting it to where he's able to make that nice, graceful, safe landing. All right, so 4,000 at leg. And this is the vector point for ILS runway 9 approach or RNAV. Vectors to final if you're going up to 1-2 or down to 9. There is about a mile difference between them, folks, so there are some turns you would have to make. Okay, bullseye just crossed. All right, so from leg. Here we go, the fun charts. Okay, we're going to fly the ILS runway 8 right. Across the top are your frequencies. Now this D right here, folks, that allows you to look up your ATIS anywhere in the world. Quite literally anywhere in the world. It's digital. So there are software packages out there you can pull up on your computer. What's it doing? I'm due in Miami from Singapore in 22 hours. What's it doing right now? Well, we got thunderstorms. Okay. So now as I progress, how is that looking? See what I'm saying? It gives you a way to see what's happening. It's a great tool out there. I hope more airports get on it. A lot are already. Your approach tower, these are all we hope for channels. You never know what they'll actually come up on. Okay, in this plane, we should not have to set our localizer final approach course. It should do that for us. Now, we did it last flight. That may have had some contributing factors to why she turned left instead of right to join. That I have yet to figure out. That was really weird. It took us a little bit to kind of circle around to get our butts back on course. That was weird. But again, expect that, folks. You never know, especially if like we just updated it, so there could still be some quirks. And if I clicked approach land, that may have had something to do with it. Who knows? But it did some weird things into Memphis. I'll be ready to take over immediately into Miami so we can get her in. So 110.3 is our localizer. Identified IMFA. There's the Morse code if you need to listen to it. 092. And by the way, the real pilots do make sure they're on the right one. I don't know if you've ever paid attention. That thing does switch. The airport I used to work at, Mid-America, you could see that change. And boy, if you weren't paying attention, she might turn on something wrong. Okay, lawn. 6.3 miles out. We need to be at 1500 MSL. MSL is right here, folks, your altimeter. And I know you're having a hard time seeing that, but it's your altitude scale, okay? In brackets is the AGL, or what your radar altimeter is saying. And usually that is right under your artificial horizon, blue, brown, flight director and all. And then over next to it, you see ILS DADH. Decision altitude is 450 feet MSL, 442 feet AGL. Focus more on the AGL. Why? That's what your METAR, those altitudes on the clouds, are AGL. Don't believe me? Go over to fly in Bogota. Just fly in Bogota. And then when it says scattered at 3,500 feet and you look at your altimeter and it says 8,500 feet and 0 knots traveled, how are the clouds 5,000 feet below me? That's right, in the ground. They're above ground. All right, missed approach out to Barbara. You see the diagram here, and here's how you do it. Okay, we're going to come in Chrome to Cobra. We may go to Chrome. We're not going to have it depicted. But it's, like I said, we'll be at 3,000 feet at Cobra. Start down right on the ILS for the runway. I like this chart right here because it tells us a couple of things. One, we're going to be up in here. So we're going to be doing about 800 to 850 feet per minute for our descent. And it's only going to take about a minute and 14 seconds if we're at 160 to about 1 minute and 20 seconds if we're at 150. We'll get that in a second. Got a Mauser for 8 right with Pappies on the left, and I believe depicted correctly here. I say that because there's a couple airports that are wrong. And then our minimums to be able to fly the ILS runway 8 right category 1, which I don't think they have a category 2. Gotta have 450 feet minimum, 442 feet minimum on your clouds. Call it 500 feet, folks. You're not going to be able to determine in a METAR 442 and a mile visibility in an RVR of 50 or higher. Wow. Wow. That's all I can say on that, folks, is wow. I'm going to go to flight here real quick. Just do a quick check. Oh, wrong one. Oh, I'm sorry. Go to approach. Yeah, we do not have category 2. Holy mackerel. All right, if weather was really cruddy, we'd have to switch to runway 9, where the minimums are 200.5. Wow, ILS 500, almost. Wow, that just boggles my mind. But that's what they so say. All right, speeds. Good old friend Top Cat. I could listen to this song quite a bit, folks. Okay, first let's update our winds. Currently 140 at 12. Why are we getting variable at 6? Huh. Amazing. Anyway, I'm looking at the METARs and all. So 3,500, 6,000, 12. Okay, so everything's still the same. We do, okay, hang on. We will need to look at one more thing. Let's go 8 right. They're putting it 090 at 6. Okay, we'll give you that. 35 degrees. There's our information. For flaps, let's do 35. We don't need to be all the way drug out. I put it in auto land and auto medium. Compute. We're going to come in at 160. Landing speed of 155. Yeah, we'll see. That's my targets, folks. Approach 160. So I will dial the speed to 160 and do our best to maintain it till cross the threshold, chop the power, hopefully touch down just like we're supposed to. The other neat thing here, so you got your speeds. We need at least 8,148 feet of runway. Now, the actual distance is 6,700 feet, with a remainder 3,700 feet, okay? Remember, this is a 10,500 foot runway, 200 feet wide, which is perfect for flying with Mike because we have been known to land with along the landing lights, edge lights, heading of 09 or 2. All right, so it's really a really good program, folks. It's up to you. There is talk that SimBrief is going to give us some performance data. I'm not sure how that's going to look. We'll find out. All right, so we have a pretty good idea now what we're doing. Again, 160 is our approach speed. Let's go down here and look. Yeah. So, we're 140 miles out. So, clean is 210, our minimum slat. So, we'll see how all of this works out. Right now, we're more worried with this. We get about 30 miles out. We'll set our descent and start down. All right, but for now, you know what? It's Sunday, folks. Let's kind of chill a little and kind of listen into the music as we continue to roll just about due south. And we'll get that shot. All right. Okay, about 91 miles to go, folks, till top of descent. By the way, in case you're wondering, Tampa Bay below us. Just getting some screenshots, folks, while we're airborne. Yeah, look at all those nuts. Alright, last check at the weather here. Yes, still offshore or north and east of the airport. So yeah, we're in good shape here, folks. Okay, getting close, folks. Right there is our top of descent marker. Plows, remember, at or above 34,000 feet. We're going to be starting our descent pretty close by, and continuing it on down to 4,000 feet. Hopefully the constraints will hold, we'll see. But we are getting close. So let's get down here and take a look here. 55 miles out. All right, takeoff approach. All right, so we are looking still same numbers. 55 for our reference, 60. So you can see Top Cat in this, we're doing pretty good. Okay, our tailwind reliability is starting to come into question. 13 knot tailwind. Let's see, real. It's still calling. Oh. That caught me off guard. Arrival runways, 8 left, 8 right, 9. That all makes sense. 30. What? Our winds are actually 260 now with 13. How about this is the ATIS 4 minutes ago. I'm wondering if they're going to begin to change operations. Wow. Oh, that'll stink. That'll be weird. I don't think I've ever come in that way. In this case, I might opt for runway 30. Even though 26 works out good too. Wow. Keep an eye on that, folks. Oh, the real airport has begun switching over, folks. I was looking at IVAO. Holy mackerel. They are switching over. Check the METAR. Yeah, gonna have to switch. All right, let's see. Centers in our area, Fort Lauderdale ground. You know what? Let's just plan runway 30. So let's get in here and do this change up real quick. I've never done this on the fly, folks. So okay, what I want to do here first, I'm going to start our descent. get on this direction, get the heading under control, and get us going direct as quickly as possible. Okay, so if I've done everything right, now we're gonna miss a couple of fixes. We're just basically direct plows to frogs. And we will. Not sure why it did. Oh, because I. All right, so we're hoping. So let's rebrief real quick. Do the runway change. Here's what we're doing. We're going direct from plows to frogs. This will look better. Okay, I'm just going to put it over here. So we're going frogs, Arit, Aspen, PBJ. Now, from PBJ, we should not be going to Shar. Okay, there we go. Now we got her triggered right. Here real quick. Okay. All right, let me, poor thing. All right, there we go. Now we got it right. So we're gonna go frogs. That's right. That even changes the route from frogs. So we're going to Enoli, Vase, Sofas, Holes. COTOL, Macy's, Reelin, Winter, winner is where we'll make our turn. To the final approach to runway 30. Whew, folks, that was a nightmare. All right, so we're changing up. All right, let's see how we're doing. All right, so a lot of fun stuff going on here. Oh, no, we don't. That's Orlando, I saw. All right, so you can tell a lot can go on, folks, when you preset those numbers, and it took me a little bit to figure out what's going on. All right, so now we're back on FMC. We're headed direct. All right, folks, here we go. Okay, and again, I got that right from NavGraph charts, folks. Oh, I love that I can read these now. All right, so you can see from Frogstanoli to Vega, Sofas, Codal, and then we work our way down to getting into run 30. All right, folks. Fun times at Ridgemont High. All right, so we are ready for the lights. Froggy. Oh, I don't know how this thing. You know what? I need to cross at 14,000, so I am gonna set this just to make sure. We don't go below that, because we're gonna be below 15,000. Yep, Arbon. And then that way we start working our way down into here. Again, you can kind of track here on charts what it's doing. See, this is what I was concerned with. Technically, we blew this one big time. We're not supposed to be below 21,000, but not supposed to be below 15 by here. James is right here at 11. Except, it's really confusing at this point. We can be above these, and we're going to start out to Enoli at 14,000 feet. So we'll just kind of hold it there, and we'll start our descent right at Enoli for 13 or 11, our way on in. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. JW Cruz, welcome in. Yes, sir. X-Plane 12, I believe, has been running good for me. We had that hiccup Friday where Zebo CTD'd just about 10-15 minutes out of our destination. Never had that before. But this flight, the flight prior to it, went off without a hitch. Minus that loose nut behind the wheel. But yeah, X-Plane 12 is running good, especially with the new update and new beta to that update. So yeah, things looking good. Your X-Plane 12 doesn't want to work. Huh. I'm not sure where and what that could be. Okay, there's Enoli. Above Vega at 13,000 feet, but at 250. We are nowhere near that. Which means set 11. Still going. Oh, I think I know. Okay. The good thing is, Sophus, we can be high if we, which we might take over. COTOL, Coastal Control, however you want to say it, we gotta be below 11,000. And I am going to be going into a sterile cockpit here soon. Okay, we're good up here for now. All right, let me get caught up here, make sure everything is set. Minimums, oh Lord, now we're on 30. Okay, we're 250 at 40. And I need to get on the common traffic. All right, folks, we talked about this. Miami ground is 121.8. All right. 43/4 of a mile. All the ball. I think it's going to be 118.3, but we'll find out. How do we find out? Folks, if you look up here in the box for X-Pilot, type .ctafkmia 118.3. Dang it. Set the tougher number first. Come back to it. 118. Pop it over there. Again, .ctaf up in your X-Pilot, and there you go. All right, as for where we are, we need to be on our way down to 5,000 now. Okay, 5,000's in the box. And then I want to stay on Unicom for now. You know what, folks? I told you we could do it. We did it. And I forgot to put us on TARA. Somebody just went under us. All right, we're going to go ahead and end the music there, folks. We're going to work our way in. I'm going to go ahead and lower us to 10, seeing if we can see. Looks like we have some traffic ahead of us, 2,500 feet below. There's the one beside it, so you can see what's all going on here. All right, just a real quick let you know, if I get my way, I'm going to come off at Zulu or Quebec 2 and head straight for FedEx. Ouch. All right. All right, let's get everything in gear, medium, armed. All right, let me just catch up here. All right, descent, we're set. Descent limit set. Decision altitude set. Seatbelts on. Hydraulic panel set. All right, we are set, folks. We've got the lights on yet or not? Lights are on.
Miami traffic, American on a downwind for runway 26 left on the north side of the field.
Okay, I'm going to begin slowing.
Miami traffic, KLM 2470, turning right for the ILS approach, runway 30.
Turning right. I'm not the guy ahead of us. Okay, new ILS, let's double check. 111.7.
Miami traffic, American, just want to start on the right base turn for runway 26 left.
Now, what did we just do, folks? We turned, and I'm letting this aircraft get behind, in front of us while slowing to our 5,000 foot, initial to Shane 3,000. So I'm going to go ahead now and begin continuing on down to 3,000. Make sure every time you set the altitude, click on it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, come about. Put the slats in. And I'm going to go ahead now and slow to 180.
Miami traffic, 220 American on a 10-mile final on to 6 left. KLM 274, final approach, 10 miles out, runway 30.
All right, folks, now it's kind of a waiting game, taking our time in. Miami traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, approximately 15 miles out, 30, full stop. There we go. Okay, lands armed. I got the sun right in our eyes, folks. Let's try it. I don't expect much help. A little bit. Put the sunglasses on, folks. Let's go with gear down. Okay. Still don't have the runway.
Miami traffic, American 669, lining up and stand by. Miami traffic, American 669, lining up and waiting, runway 26 left. Miami traffic, Southwest 3288, runway 30 is clear.
And Miami traffic, FedEx 811, approximately 5-mile final for 30. Okay, this time everything worked really well, grabbing the localizer and all. Okay, again, brakes are set, flaps armed, 4 down. That's right, folks, 4 down and green. I really can't see this runway. Right, switching to the chart. Maybe it'll give me some hints. Well, that river is right where the runway is. There it is. Got the run. Whoa, well, we're going to go in a little tighter. But right there's the runway. Holy mackerel. I'll tell you another thing I don't like about this aircraft. Not rotate. I think it's MD-11. I don't see anything telling me my distance. Oh, wait. I could have been lying. 3.2. Holy mackerel. My plane. Now, throttles right here, folks. Now it's my plane.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. 400. Approaching minimum. Sink rate. Sink rate.
Mode traffic, American 669, departing runway 26 left for the bingo for departure, Korea tradition.
Miami traffic, FedEx 811's off runway 30. We'll be going to FedEx once with ground. All right. Not really what I wanted to do. Let me make sure ground is still here.
American 1206.
And American 1206, yep, I have your flight plan. Are you ready? Copy?
Ready, copy.
American 1206, you're clear to Nassau via the Latitude departure Ray J transition as climb maintain 5,000. 210, 10 minutes after departure. Departure on the intercom 1228, squawk 4211.
That's not a good thing to hear.
Alright, she's expecting the Latitude departure, Ray J transition, expect 5,000. Expect 2100 at 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 122.8 and squawk 4211 for American 1206.
American 1206, your readback is correct. Push and search your discretion. Call me for taxi. You can expect runway 27 for departure.
Okay, call you ready for taxi. Expect runway 27 for departure. American 1206.
Ground FedEx 811 heavies off 30 for FedEx.
FedEx 811 Heavy, Miami ground. You can taxi to the ramp, the FedEx ramp via Zulu. Cross runway 8 right and 8 left and Kilo.
Roger, via Zulu, cross 8 left and right, Kilo, I believe you said, to FedEx.
Post cipher was unclear. Cross 8 left, 8 right on Zulu, and then make a left on Kilo.
Copy that, cleared. Zulu, cross 8 left, 8 right, and then on to Kilo. FedEx 811. Brakes off. Which one's Zulu? Oh, straight ahead. Okay. Straight ahead.
Miami ground. Hello, KLM 4670, request taxi to gate.
KLM 4670, Miami ground. Do you have a preference for where you'd like to park today? Roger, KLM 4670, taxis at gate via Zulu, November, and then you stand on the right is viable.
Not really sure why he did this, but hey, he's in charge. That's FedEx.
Sorry, it's my first time. I'll try to do my best. Taxi to Echo Zulu November via any stand on the right. KLM 4670.
KLM 4670, not a problem. It's just Zulu, November, no echo, and any of those gates on the right are available.
Taxi to Zulu November Echo and any stand on the right. KLM 4670. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're just about there. You know, with this plane, folks, that landing I didn't feel was hard. I have not seen the numbers yet because I've been trying to keep up with the checklist. Not doing well at all. And KLM was in front of us. All right, clear, 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 F plan, menu. All right. After landing, spoilers, radar, auto brake, stay trim needs to be at 3. Got a ways to go on that. Exterior lights, anti-ice off. We'll get that in a minute. APU turned on. Okay, we'll be ready to turn to fuel switches here, I'm pretty sure. All right, so that's set. All right, let's get up here and see how the APU is doing. Good. APU bleed on. Logo lights, strobes are off. Defog's off. No anti-ice on. Everything looks good. And down here, everything looks good. Auto brakes are off. Okay, transponder. We'll go to X-bounder for now. And radar is off. Okay, engine's off. 3, 1. Now, folks, if you run into where you're not sure, leave 1 on till the APU comes on. That way you're good. Finishing this up, transponder, seatbelts. Because we do have 25 people. Doors now may be opened, IRS to off, and we are here. Welcome in, folks. Let's get over here to our ground ops. Let's go ahead, throw some chocks under this thing, request ground power, stair unit, and we'll open that door. Okay, I know, looks kind of weird. All right, well, we're going to come off VATSIM. I do want to check, though, make sure. Edit and delete. Closing out. Before I like to close this, I like to see just on the outside chance we have run into it where other aircraft were following us from the area. Man, KLM. There were a couple of them out there. Wow. All right. Well, we're in. I don't see anyone, so... And I don't think I'd be able to see his landing. We might. Big airport. All right, I'm going to go ahead and disconnect. All right, folks, like I said, I do not know how well... Hey, Matt 1997 Air. Sorry I didn't catch you earlier. A little busy. Actually, wasn't that bad, only 7 minutes. Little busy. Little busy trying not to crash. But, all right, let's go ahead and get rid of that. All right, but welcome in, sir. Welcome in indeed. All right, so let's see here. The easiest way, well, first off, let's see what the airline got me for. Okay, we'll take that. Log it. They got me at 391 feet a minute. I'll take it, folks, any day of the week, because that actually felt pretty decent. Oh, I just noticed something's still on. Now let's do it this way. Beacon. All right. So now let's pull in Sim Toolkit. They weren't as gracious. Never are. Ooh. Boy, north of the northern tip of the Miami area, ooh, they're getting a pretty good walloping, and they got some headed their way. So we'll see how that pans out. All right, so you got Sim Toolkit here, folks, in front of you. Hold on a second, did that get out of whack? Hang on a second. There we go. Yeah, it did get out of whack a little bit. All right. Okay, so you can kind of see how our approach kind of went direct to frogs instead of following the track, which is fine. We were able to make it work. Let's finish the flight. And the ugliness will now show 517 feet a minute. I do know I ended up slow on this approach. All right, so we went 2 hours, 10 minutes, 750 miles, 15,400 kilograms of fuel used, about a 1.85 G landing, 517 feet a minute. Now, this is what was the concern. Top Cat was saying we should have been 155, so we were really, literally stalled out. Which technically is how you're supposed to land, but you know how that goes. Airliners, again, a short landing, which meant good. We'll make our land an old short of 8. Actually, we would have, but still. We did not brief this, but this is a 9,300-foot runway. We landed 882 feet down it, 8 feet off the center line. All in all, that's good. As you can see, other aircraft have followed suit. But you generally try to aim for the aiming pads. Okay, we got off here. Taxied like so. to somewhere in here. Numbers, I'm not real concerned with pitches and all of that because this aircraft is set where most of the main landing gears are to the rear of the plane, so you've got a lot of room there before a tail strike. So, not the greatest number-wise, not the worst either. So, let me go through here. A couple things to delete. And go, and let's get rid of Sim Toolkit. All right, folks, let's see how this looked coming in. How's that sound? Because I kind of got a little squirrely there because I turned in early. Okay, so we're going to dismiss, 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 close, nothing else open. Once everything's closed, you know what? I want to see something. How the heck did they know doors were closed? Or did they? That's something for me to look up. All right, so let's make sure nothing's out here that if on would cause troubles. I don't think so. All right, folks, this replay, this is, by the way, the first replay in X-Plane 12.1. So hopefully it works. It is. Oh yeah, we got our sunglasses on, by the way, folks. Yeah, that was a hard run to see. All right, let's bring her in.
Full up.
2500.
See what I mean? How the wheels are set on this plane. The gear is so far back that a tail strike, while doable, is a lot harder. We're going to be taking over here soon. For the most part, a stable approach. Here we got a little high, but pull the power a little, ease her down. She got back in the groove real quick. Oh, wow, we actually did hit the mark. Wow. Let's look at that again. Oh, you can guarantee we're going to Hawker's viewpoint in a second. I mean, folks, we were short maybe 10 feet. That was awesome. One thing I don't like with any flight sim, how the nose gear rudders are always together. I don't care what the flight sim is, always, oh. Let's see if we can get this. Let's take a look at that again. Gives me a little bit of time to get up here. Yeah, folks, I was pretty much out of trim because I was out of speed. Look at that. Folks, that's a really good landing. We're going to go back one more time, take a look at this from a couple of other angles. That looked pretty good. Let's see how the cargo liked it. Again, the high angle of attack because of how slow we were. Should have been about 15 knots faster. All right, folks, you want to know? Let's see. I'm not sure if this view will work. It's our last view we're going to try. Can you please get that close? Thank you. Yeah, I had a feeling. See that high angle of attack, folks? That's because of how slow we were. Zero trim to trim that out. Not bad at all, folks. All right, well, welcome to Miami, folks. Thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike today. It's been a pleasure. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Not sure yet when, what, and where, other than to say we'll be at Copenhagen. But we'll give you more details as they unfold. Folks, again, thank you for taking some of your Sunday out to be with us, especially this Pentecost Sunday. If you're not sure what that is, you might want to look it up. It's a pretty important day on the Christian calendar. So, but again, thank you for taking some time out with us. God bless you all. I hope you all have a great work week ahead of you all. And we'll hopefully be in the air tomorrow. We'll give you the times and all as they become more available. For now, you all have a great night, and again, God bless. We'll see you tomorrow.